Hello everyone, hello everybody, welcome to my stream channel at Twitch TV. My name is Forzion aka DJ4Z and I am here again with another stream of our favorite game, Workers and Resources Soviet Republic. So don't want to talk too much before I load the game. So let's go into it and load our latest working save, which is this one. Our republic's name is Hurmania and we play on almost the hardest difficulty possible in the game. And the only exception is we don't have frequent fires, but even though I'm building my firefighter everywhere because I don't want any building to be burned down. And the only reason why I did not put the frequency of fires to frequent is because in later game that can be annoying, how constant notifications about fires. But my republic should be safe to sustain frequent fires because there is well staffed fire station in each locality with 100% coverage except one construction office which is there as a beachhead for next town. So currently we are working in two locations. We are building this livestock farm location with some electronic components factory and plastic factory, which will be fed with our steel and our chemicals, but with imported oil, as we don't have oil yet. We are importing bitumen, we are importing cement by auto import in our current concrete plant and asphalt plant. Of course we can solve our bitumen imports by creating a task for distribution office which will bring some bitumen into our asphalt plant without any issues, and we can save some money there by that. Of course I want to do that now, so we add that asphalt plant and there will be bitumen imported too. And let's say we will unload this there at 80%. So this way we will not rely on auto importing bitumen. It will be the only safety measure if something goes wrong, but as you can see the route from that customs is quite short, as there is no reason. But we are not playing to achieve or to conquer some kind of special challenges described by other people who thought about them, because I read recently about two well-known challenges. One is the hard mode challenge and the other one is cosmonaut challenge, which can offer you a elevated level of difficulty because you have certain rules, of which many of them, even without playing the challenge, are already implemented in my republic, and I would say there are some additionals because I don't build anything by auto build if there is a way to build it, except some corrections if there is something that looks really ugly but it's already built and it's on a crucial part of infrastructure, or we need to connect wires or something similar to that, but everything else can be built and I managed to find a way how to build those things successfully. So now we are going to continue the building here in this town, and there is currently no connection. Yeah, that is not built to it. So currently building these roads, and as we finish these, then we can upgrade this town, or not upgrade this town by building the fire station and also building the key construction facilities, which will be in this region too, because one concrete plant, one asphalt plant just slows down our expansion, which we need to boost a bit. And as I plan to build something reasonable big in this area here, I think it is good to have another facility here, and that way we can divide or gather our forces, because we can use these building facilities for construction, these plans for constructions in these areas here, and support them with these ones which will be built here, and these can serve the building of this town, which should provide us some coal. It will not be enough to supply our steel mill to full capacity, but it should be enough to supply it at least to 25-30%, maybe more. As the time will show, we are working on a railroad construction, which goes, in my opinion, quite well. It eats a lot of resources, and soon we will be able to use our own electronic components, which are currently imported. But because we don't want to do silly things, the railroad construction is close to the border, which is an advantage, and that means our fuel auto imported there and electrical components auto imported there are cheap, and we pay only a little price for delivery. Also, we are working on this tunnel here, but it's a side project, and it's going pretty well, because this construction office here has no other job these days. So we use it to build a tunnel slowly, because that will provide us more coverage with firefighters in this area, and we can build another farm there. There is a plan for this farm which will be built later, and I was considering to use huge fields which were made by Ryan the Skinny in the workshop. But it is worth considering if it is profitable to use those fields, as they are 2.5 the size of the big field, and the sowing process takes reasonable time, and also the harvesting process is then moved a bit to later months of the year, which means there is higher probability that we will not be able to harvest it in time, and there is really high probability that we cannot gather all the crops in time before they decay in the field. And those fields can be good if we consider them as option for non-seasonal playthrough, but we are playing seasons on. I did not started it with on, because when I started this Republic first year we were on stable branch, and then I switched to test branch to to test out the heating, and then I found out I need also technical services to plow the roads, and that means we had a bit easier start. We did not need a heating plant, but we built our own. No auto build or something like that, we just built it with our own resources. Started in March and it was ready with one heat exchanger because the town was small, and later we upgraded it and built another heating plant, which is a big one, and I hope this should allow us enough capacity for this whole town when it will be fully developed. So now we have raised number of unemployed workers because our town here is growing, the people are multiplying, and as it is mentioned, we can have more workers than we currently need, as we have a town which is growing and we did not manage to build the facilities where those workers should work, and they are meant to work in these facilities here and also in coal mining industry and coal processing industry, and of course there will be a radio station later, but it takes a while to build it, and currently we are focusing on getting our coal first, as that is the most important part. So let's assign these to our road builders, and let's see what can we do here. So currently I was testing how we can bring yeah, this is what we need. We will need this to import. We will need to import some power from abroad to start this town, because we need to get our firefighters online first, and then we can bring workers here by buses into that firefighter station, and that way we can provide protection for all the buildings which will be built in this area. And then I needed one thing to build here, and that was, where is it? Cinema, gas station, residential. Hospital. There should be a small clinic modified. So I wanted to build this small clinic in this town. But probably I did not left enough room there for that. And that can be an issue, but as we look around we have these three. That means we probably can find a room. This is not the room I'm looking for, and it seems to me that this place is much better to have that small clinic. So we need to level a bit this ground here to be able to place it here, because there will be people living in this area and I don't want them to die of pollution and all the things here too fast. So we will provide them some health care, and that should help us to maintain good health. I don't like how that road is connected. For some strange reasons it just goes. Come on, can you switch? Okay, so let's do it. Place it here. And let's test the connection with the road. We can go there, okay, and then okay, we can do that. So let's see how okay, we have this. So where are the roads? Actions are there. That means that we can have this probably here, and it should help us to connect that there. And probably, yes, we can connect that there, we can connect that there, and we will have trouble to connect that road there, of course. So we need to connect that road first, not that way, but now it will, we cannot do it to that. Yes, so how can we now connect that pathway? It's probably this way. How can we do it? Like this, and like this. And then we can do also this, but that will be more complicated to build. Okay, so that's the clinic done, and that should help us to reach everything, except there is the need to build that bus stop, which now blocks our roads, and because of that we cannot reach anywhere further than that bus stop. And we remove this from building queue. But I think we will be able to walk all people into that clinic, and the ambulances will be able to cover this area, because this hospital in the town here, if we will be able, cannot reach that far. It's just out of reach, and we cannot provide healthcare for our people there. And the full-scale hospital would not be appropriate for this town. So I'm using few mods here to provide some facilities for these workers which will live in this small town. And I don't expect to do any more expansion to it. These are here only to provide maintenance, the basic stuff for these buildings here, especially the power plant, which will need to run 24/7, and firefighters too, because I think we are not able to bring workers from this town by cars. There is only bus and train which can be used. So we are climbing to 4,000 workers currently and have 8,550 citizens. And we are struggling especially in this town because there is only 1,563, so we need to grow the number of people living there. And here in this town we are declining in workers too, but there is plenty of children, plenty of babies, and they are mainly affected by pollution, which is significant in this area. In the town it is worse during winter because there's the heating plant, and I don't want to move it further from the town, even if it would be possible, but this way we have coverage for the whole town, and that limits our growth in numbers just a little bit. That's not the main town, and there is no more expansion meant to be. So currently our fields are growing or are sown already. We are in the mid-March. Probably there is some sowing going on there, or no, everything is done. That's great. So we can work on our roads to be able to build the buildings then. And that's the most, how to say it, the slowest and most complicated part, to prepare the infrastructure first, and then it is just bring in the resources, bring in the workers. Everything will be done fast as we have plenty of workers in spare. And I don't want to place too many vehicles into this area now because we don't have firefighters there. Now that means we are playing safe. If it burns down, it burns down with those few vehicles inside. We can afford to have some losses. And soon there will be the time we will need to upgrade our vehicles. We have plenty of cash currently because our imports are going well, and it's not very important to use money for us for anything, because currently our exports reach over 4 million of rubles plus dollars every year, and we are mainly importing cement, clothes, electronics, meat, coal, fuel, electronic component, bitumen and food. But that will be soon changed because we stop importing electronic components, and we will stop importing coal as much as we import it now, and we will stop importing meat, and later we will focus on clothes and on fuel and bitumen, because fuel is the highest expense we have in our republic. And here you can see what we are importing. There are also crops imported because we were not able to cover our need for crops for the whole year. And there is auto import in this silo, which provides supplies for this distillery and this food factory here. It is close to the border, so our expenses are not so high. We pay additional 500, less than $500 for delivery here for each 37 tons. It's a significant price if you consider how much does one covered hull truck cost. So here you can see it's 27. That means by in one that means one full silo or 2 full silos mean that we can buy one more vehicle if we would want to. So it is not such a simple thing to auto import, and because of that I want to cut my expenses on meat, because there will be significant price for that as we expand further deeper into the map, further from the border. That will cost us more and more, and I don't want to pay that extra for that. And we can afford to have several livestock farms, but I think these two will be good for the beginning and will allow us to expand better and more later. And we will cut our expenses, of course, by several $100,000 per year. So finally we have this section of railroad done here. And I managed to place this railroad to the opposite direction, which looks a bit a bit strange with those poles. And we will live with that, because why not? So we don't need to use these rails anymore, and we can deal with signals into this and place signals into that section. So one signal can be there. This is a bad spot here because it allows us to place signals where they should not be. But we can solve that by simply placing a signal there, because I don't want to overplace it, as it would mean that I cannot remove that signal anymore there. So we need there is one road from that way. So do I want to place the signal there, or do I want to place a simple signal? How can we do this? So we will do this way, that I put this signal there. And I need to use chain signals for this area here. Because I don't want the train to enter into this section. But probably I should move those signals back further back. Let's see. How far can we go with them? Probably I can place them next to that post. This post there. Not, yeah, that's not the signal, of course. And not delete, but place. And probably I can have them that close. We will see. It will be shown later as there will be trains. Probably that will be enough, because I want the train, if it turns, to wait and not block this railroad crossing there. But probably we will not be able to achieve that so easily. And so here we place that semaphore. And here we place that. And this should be long enough distance for a full length train. Yes, it is. And of course this road will need to be removed, as that will cause us several difficulties if it will remain there. But now, as there is not too much railroad traffic and no waiting trains, just these railroad builders, it can remain in the area. And for some strange reasons they are not focusing this enough. I would like them to focus. Okay, that's built too, great. So we can build this here, and we can build this here too. Yes, that's okay. So we are advancing slowly. But I don't want to waste my resources too much, as there is limited number of vehicles available. And the distance is significant, so I don't want to build too many roads at once. But they are building all conveyor belts here slowly, which will help later. We don't need to build those. We just build the factories, the plants we need, and it will work. So here we have some connections built already. Okay, so this town has currently 1400 workers, and I would like to see some growth in this town, which is declining slowly. And how I can help this? There are a few roads to be built in the area. Where are those roads? They are being built slowly. That's not the problem. They could be anywhere, but they are probably... Where can those roads be? Probably they are working on this one, but there should be something else anywhere. But I don't know where. And so we are building this, and we need to supply that. So we need corner, local, and not road, but construction supplies to be delivered, because that can help us boost our growth, because people are dying here due to some pollution, which sometimes overlaps with the town, which is a reasonable distance away, but not reasonably enough. That was our starting town, and we don't have too much room to do something here, so we need to work with what we have. It doesn't seem to be so bad. Average lifespan is good, average age is good, unemployment is good. Just we lost some workers, but it can be seasonal. It's like there are population booms, and then there is some decline in population, and then again there is a population boom, and we are slowly growing. We are gaining this year 200. Last year it was about 800 people, but of course there could be many of those children, babies dead, and we cannot get the correct information about that. And that's the end of May. And these just decided to work in the field. Okay, you can. Even the tractor is coming there. But it will be late, and the workers were done with the job already. Okay, so let's see, we have built this, so now we can build this, and we should, and then we can go for this. Let's do the assignment. So we are going next to that firefighters depot, and then we are going for this bus stop here. which will provide us some workers coverage. We can arrange some bus line coming here, bringing workers for all the constructions we want to do, and we should be good to go with this amount. Oh, yeah, less can be 1/8. So that should help us to start in this town, and we are in May. That means we need to build a heating plant too. So those three are the key buildings in the area, and we can continue the building of roads towards that direction, and I will do these roads with the light poles like that. And then how are we doing with this? This can be there, and this will be there. Then we don't need a better road for that, but we can use this kind of road here, and we can use the... This was a mistake, of course, but no matter what, we are done with that mistake now. So this can be slowly built. We are not in a particular hurry there. This can slowly be built, and this can slowly be built, and that is the problem, that parking lot is not a drive-through, so I forgot about it. So suspend this construction, remove that, and cancel this, and cancel this now here, because we need that parking lot there first. Yeah, that was I saw that that parking lot was made a drive through, but in the end it was not a drive-through building. And do we have that bump here? No, we don't. And do we have that bump there? Yes, of course. There is always that significant bump. And that means we are there good, and we need a parking lot here, if we can manage to place it there sufficiently. But not that one, and not today. But this can be placed. There is not enough room, but this can be placed, and it should provide enough space for parking. And let's move it further. That's the place there. Yes. So that was my mistake, that I thought that these parking lots which are modded are drive-through, but they are not. So we cannot use them on our roads. They look nice, but they are not useful for the purposes I wanted them to have. Okay, there is another parking lot, so let's connect that too, and we are going to connect it that way, yes. And so let's assign that too, we can build that, that's the goal, to build the roads. And as we have the roads, we can push for buildings. And of course this is being a bit, how to say that word for that, it is being overlooked. So we will use our priority construction office to finish that. Okay, that tree just looks a bit, I don't know what happened to it, why it has that weird texture, but doesn't matter too much. And we are slowly closing the distance towards those mines there, and this will be built later. That's already full, we have plenty of room there and there. In our hospital there are some treated patients. There's several ambulances. That should be enough, even though it has a bit limited. But we can do it for now. 5. Probably if we expand I can add another ambulance. So now we should have enough bitumen in this town, okay? And how are our resources? We have plenty of chemicals, that's good. 3 tons is being transported towards the... It can only bring 3 tons? Really? Yes, it can only 3 tons of chemicals, okay. That's our future. That 813 children there. Okay, these are in. That should be the all-time stats. So I don't know if the game is serious about that, but it shows that I invited only 180 migrants in the beginning. That can be true, because I went small. And we had some escapes and some deaths. So those stats seems to be weird, but that's the oldest town and that can be true. We had one escape from this town for some reason. I don't know why. It could be because there was low power moment, or no low power. That was low heating moment in the history of this town. When our buses were not able to do it towards that heating plant, and that means some people could die. Where are you going? So let me show me how do you want to get there. So there is no way you are going to get there. You're just blocking the road. So go home. So this is currently a main problem. We have 200 workers here and we are unable to utilize them. And our unemployment skyrocketed to over 10% now. We will sort that out. Construction supply, do it, guys. We need you to do it. And then we need to how was that? That was that. Okay. We need that to have there. Okay, that have time to be finished. And we are going to do just on that road fast. And we don't need anything more because there is no room for all the trucks and mechanisms for speeding up on that small passage. So this road is done to here, so let's build it further. Let's do that, let's do that, and let's do that, let's do that, and let's connect that. Let's connect that there, and let's do it. We can actually do it with standard asphalt road will be fine because there can be some traffic diverted towards that. And we need to place those roads to be built. Then we will later sort out that. We don't need it now. And don't want to split our forces too much. Here I just over terraformed a bit, so that means that there is that weird shape as I was doing something more heavy, and we can do something about it if we just do this. It could help a bit, but we need to plant some trees there later. Because this just looks weird a bit. Well, that was a heavy terraforming when I was making that layout there. And that just influenced the overall terrain a bit more than someone would like to see. But that can remain there, and now let's place some trees back there. To have this forest there back again. So how are these doing? They are building these, and they are building these. Some people wanted me to share a screenshot of this time. So let's try somehow to arrange that. And hope we can get a good shot there. So this is one thing here. This is one thing here. That's the color train, and then we have this here. Then we have this here. And this here like that. With this as a walking distance. Let's do it this way, and then we need the line to, like, where is my passengers and public circuit? Okay, now let's go back. To game, and let's look what do we have. We have 5 trucks there. That's good. They are needed because there is much more to be supplied by our fuel and bitumen. And surprisingly, that tunnel work gets pretty well. They are quite ahead. because there were more than 10,000 days, work days needed to be to finish that, and they already are down to 7,000 something. So here we have power, no. Because that is not built yet, yes. Okay, let's set it as a priority for now. And I don't think we can... probably they can manage to get workers there. That's a good 3 hours drive for that bus, but it should be able to manage that. And let's test it, let's see it. How far? Where are you? So it's heading there. It's on its way. Well, let's see how railroad builders continue their jobs. And that seems to be good. That seems to be good. We have plenty of work for them now. The next thing we need is to set supplies for the railroad builder 2, office 2. And that is the... Let's bring fuel there too. Even though I know I want to see how much does it cost in fuel. So let's give up. Don't want. I will pray for fuel through imports. I am able to bring fuel there, but I just want to have those prices separated to see how much does it cost. The railroad building last year it cost us, don't know if that's this year, it's only 6,000. It's not too much. Conveyor belts are built, and that seems we need just these workers. Where's that bus? That bus should be on its way. It's hard to find. Here it is. Yes. How long is the travel time? Is 1 hour at this stage, and we are on almost halfway through. That means they are able to do that well within the two hours, less than 2 hours. Maybe they can do it under 3 hours. There is no winter now, so there is nothing that can slow that bus down significantly. And another road done. That's good. This Resources are on construction site. Bus stop is already working. Okay. So now. No. Let's do something. So let's use these. We are going to use this road vehicle here, and you will take on the workers there. And unload can be. Okay, let's go. And then we will add some better vehicles for that. Okay, so let's workforce. Workers to lake heating plant, and we have a workforce with corner public. Yeah, lake. Rename that. And this is what is this. I don't want the vehicle to be renamed. I want that. No, that. This to be renamed. Okay, that's. Okay, that's the way, and send, and now launch this other, and we have one more thing to do. I need to activate line spacing for now, and that's good, because that is really useful to have. And that road vehicle arrived. That was finished. We have power. We can run our firefighters and begin to move in more workers to build these facilities here. So what we are going to need first? Of course, first is that heating and those firefighters, and as those are online, I'm going to focus on other things. We are close to 4,000 workers now. Their unemployment is over 500. And it will soon go down as I transfer these buses to run a line to this area. They will travel to that bus stop, then to that bus stop, and they will supply workers for all these facilities. And what kind of buses are available now which I can use. So that's the biggest capacity there. Bus. So we have this that has 55, that has 98, it's reasonable. That has 62 or 82, I don't know. That has 63. That is slow. That is big enough. That is a good one for mid to long distances, the Icarus, because it's fast. And this one is slow, and so we will probably utilize these ones in this town later. First workers are inbound, so we have workers on this site. Okay, where are you going to work, guys? There you can, here you can. Do you want to work there and there? Okay, they're split. Okay, but we can build. Too close in my opinion. That's not connected fully to. That can be connected, but I don't think this is just too good. We can go that way and then connect to that. And that should allow us to build that connection, then that connection, and maybe we can get, no, it's not possible to get that connection. It's just too close. But this is, in my opinion, enough. What can I help? Don't need more now. So these are building all these stuff. And we are filled with our construction sites, that's good. Now where are they doing here? Just a bit too slow. You know, it seems that we began to climb here with our numbers of workers already. We just need some prefabs and it will be done. And I want to use this building as it should be protected from pollution. And that means that is too close. We can do, but we can do that somehow. Let's do it. Let's do it this way, like that. Should help. This is not possible to get out. It's too close. It's not reasonable. So let's build that. Družba, komrad, družba. So soon we are heading into next harvest. I would like to test. Currently what's new? All the roads are building slow, but finally we began to build the fire station here in Juhola and also the heating plant, so that should be finished before the winter comes, and then we will focus on building these coal processing facilities. But first I think we need to build these construction supporting facilities here, as that will boost our construction in this area significantly. Nothing extraordinary happening in the Republic. We just wait how our people begin to grow in numbers, because we need more of them. We built few residential buildings and we have a lot of unemployed workers, even though the I will supply the steel mill with train. That's the first one, because we can bring train directly into that and it can use a lot of workers for that, as there is 500 capacity. And the other one will be supplied, the train will come to this platform here and then they will change for a bus which will circle in between these two stops. That should be 2 buses enough for that, and those will provide workers for these coal mines here, and anything else will be supplied by buses there or personal cars. And then we will need some workers of this town later for clothes industry too, but that's not where we are now. What do you want to build? Where is that conveyor you want to build? You just cannot build it now, so stop and you will build it later. Don't block. But we are a bit further away from that vision, because currently we are just building a railroad system. But closing in, as we already are near this town, and as we get into the town to that platform and finish these rails and connect that rail, the train depot, we are able to I invited few of them in the beginning because I had enough educated workers and it was cheaper, and they learned the basics of education in my school, so there were some, but not too many. According to statistics, this game gives me here that I had total 180 migrants wholly in this game, and I invited no more of that according to this town hall, but I counted it to be few hundred people. Yeah, I would tell you one thing useful about the West are some mechanisms. For example, combines are better. The Western ones are better than the Soviets have. And also then you can buy pavers which are better. Then there are few buses which are superior, but oh, so much more expensive than the no than the eastern ones. And especially one thing there is which you could appreciate a lot, that's the excavator you can get later on, because the caterpillar excavators are superior to these excavators we have. And then probably you can make a lot of money, but nothing significant. You can, for me, that's the main reason I trading so much with the West, because I have this large custom house here and I have a lot of facilities nearby that. That means I am importing coal from the West and oil from the West. And also crops from the West, because I don't have enough sufficient production and some fuel for rail building and electronic components for that. So that's the West is good if you are closer to Western border. You can use that for your advantage. Otherwise, there are some mechanisms which are useful, and you can get cheap workforce there, but you need to educate them. Yeah, those excavators come only in 1990s, I guess. I don't remember exact date, but they are superior for if you compare them to these excavators you have. And there is one point: if you have lock of vehicles according to year, that you cannot buy these excavators for rubles for a brief time. And it's a brief time, that means several years you are unable to buy these. You can buy only these, and these have 33 speed level, these have only 20. And those caterpillars, they have, I don't know the exact number, maybe 40 over 40, I don't know exactly, but if you use them, they can do the groundwork faster than the Soviet ones. But that number there is just number, that's nothing. For example, there is a user who has already year 2100 something on Steam, and he is playing his Republic from the early stages of this game, so he is developing it slowly, has over 50,000 citizens there, and he is playing the game. I don't need to start a new one. He has fun with what he already has. I went as far as 2000 something in my previous playthrough, and then it becomes to be a bit ridiculous with the money, as you can make over 1 billion a year without issues if you have good exports running, and you just add up more and more and more, but then you have to adjust more from micro to macro management, because you just look and find something new and you build it. You can build it quite fast, because then you have a lot of mechanisms, lot of workers, you have the infrastructure ready. Yes, I know about it. I tried it, but did not play it one single time. How to say it? In a deeper way. I just went through the tutorial and that was it. I did not find so much interest in it for now, but I'm looking forward one day to try something to create in it. It's in my opinion that's on complexity level it can be more complex than this game here. But you need to consider that this game is still in development, so work in progress and many things can be added, but Banish is different. Oh, that would not work. No, not in this current stage, because people are not living for years, they are living for months. The life cycle of workers is not like if you have the lifespan of 87, it doesn't mean he will live 87 years, it means rather he will live 87 months or something like that, and that means that just for this town here, which has 1500 workers, it has already 32,000 dead workers in 20 years. And if you want to have enough gravestones for that, you will flood your map really fast with gravestones only. So that's not something would work in this game, as there is this speed. Maybe if something would be changed, that the time scale people are living would be different, but that way you will be much slower in your growth, and it will take you really years to double population, triple population, and so now you can do it probably in 5 to 10 years to get a multiplied population 2-3 times. If you do everything well, that means you take care of your people, you keep them happy, you satisfy their needs, etc. You offer them enough health care not to die prematurely. Yeah. Yeah, that's another level. Yeah, that's, I would say there are several other challenges in that game too, not just the cemeteries. But it's a Really, I really think that's one of more complex games than this. Maybe Factorio is quite complex too, but that's a different kind of gameplay. You don't focus on having nice towns and playing with trains, but you are focusing on producing as effectively as you can. And in Banish you are just focusing more on survival than anything else. You just need your people to survive the next season, next winter, next summer, next year. You need to care about them, you need to trade and other things which you have so many options there that if you want to dive into, you need much steeper. I would say it's a really really steep learning curve to get into Banished and master that game. But of course I did not try that yet so much. I just went through basics and I was not interested enough to play it more, as I cannot play too many games at once. 35 degrees out there, that's a lot. At least here in Slovakia is not so much. And the unemployment went down because people began to work in fields, and look, that's in another level of harvest speed. Yeah, but you need to have a trade running, and you need to build that and have a river and or other things how that trade works, and you need a lot of micromanagement. Here in workers and resources you can do it a bit simple, in a simpler way, because you set auto import and then don't care, but then there you have to set exact numbers, how many workers will work in this facility, how many people will work there, or how many chickens you want to buy, how many apples you want to sell, etc, etc. So that's really micromanagement heavy game, the Banished. And here in workers and resources you have a level of micromanagement which is not that hard, but you have a level of micromanagement. Just consider how would you manage a town with, for example, 5,000 people in Banished, and how you manage a town with 5,000 people in workers and resources. And then how you manage, for example, a town with 5,000 people in Transport Fever, or how you manage a town with 5,000 people in City Skylines. That everything has a different scale of micromanagement. And I like that in this game, if you build your towns well, you don't need to care too much about them, and you can then focus on logistics or setting up new industries, and everything is working fine. You just check things out here and there, watch what is happening out there. And for example, in Factorio you don't need to take care so much about your workers, that's more mechanical thing. You need to protect your facilities if there are those bugs attacking your facilities, but you don't need to take care of people, what they will eat, how they will entertain themselves, and how their health will go, how they can get to work. So how are we doing? We passed over 4,000, yes, and the crops are 400 because the harvest began, and here it is the same. The workers from the town are doing a great job. They are harvesting faster than the harvester does. That's exemplary. That's how we like things to happen. You can see it that way, but for now we don't have sport clubs here. And how to say, celebrities are not included in this game. Celebrities, one thing is celebrity, but idols, you know, that's a religion. Religion worships idols. And what are idols? Celebrities are idols. Sport idols, music idols, and similar things. But you can replace easily with sport replaces religion. If you offer people sports, they don't care about religion so much. If you offer them religion instead of sports, they will take care of religion more. Come on, can you build this finally? We need bricks, we need steel. What's the problem with bricks and steel? We should have everything on the way, but probably the problem is we don't have proper number of faster. You know, I did not try that. But as you can see, I have no propaganda, and the religion is almost zero in my republic, because I don't provide any ways to go to specific worship in specific sites. People can have faith in anything, but they cannot worship some idols in some kind of temples, similar like buildings. So it's low, and government loyalty is too really low. So what to do about it? Almost nothing. We just wait until we get that radio station up and running, and then we will boost our government loyalty by that. And I will probably boost culture just a bit. And that the drinking is low, not because there are no bars, there are. No, this corner pub is right in the middle of residential area, and almost no one gets there. And you know why? Because people, children inherit perks from their parents. So if you allow your workers to regularly visit sports, then their children tend to search for sports first not for other activities as their in their free time, and that snowballs. So if you offer easily accessible sports playgrounds for people, then your population will like sports more than anything else. Because there is also always only one pub in the town, but there are multiple sport playgrounds available for them. And there is always a way to get culture, because you cannot live without culture. You need to satisfy at least two of the needs well. In my case, it is culture enjoyment and sport enjoyment. Alcohol addiction is low because they have good or moderate culture and sport enjoyment. Religion sympathy is low because there is no way how they can boost that. And then you take care that they have clothes, food, and electronics. And as they have electronics, then you can see that how many people already have a computer, which is a bit nonsense. 3,000 people already has a computer in this country. We don't even have a radio station, that's a thing. But later we will have a radio station, and we will have also a TV station available for them. So these are being built as well. And our crops are going up. How can... Yeah, there is a lot of... But that's a lot of fuel there. Yeah, computers. But they don't have internet yet. So... I don't know what they do. I know what they do. This game is offline mode, so they have... All of them has a copy of Workers and Resources Soviet Republic. They can manage their own republic. And that way they know how difficult it is to rule this country, and because of that they stay and are happy that they have their needs satisfied. Just simple like that. And of course they will have all the DLCs included in future as they come out. So they can enjoy in their free time as soon as they satisfy their basic needs. They get their food, they get their sports activities, they get their 4-hour long movie watching in the cinema for free, like a North Korean version of Rambo. That should be interesting enough to watch. Just try to imagine that. North Korean version of Rambo. Or for example, Soviet version of Top Gear. Soviet version of Top Gear. Just imagine that. How some guy talks about the newest version of Trabant available to purchase for your comrades. Or some documentary how coal mining works. Yeah, that can be interesting to watch. I would like to see some kind of good made documentaries about that. Well made documentaries. How to fight fires, how to do your infrastructure. Yeah, those are those documentaries about workers and resources playing in the cinema, and then some heroes of the days, how firefighters fought that fire in the nuclear plant in one of our fellow Soviet republics, and the people were fighting the winter during the time because they were out of power. Oh, epic stuff. Special scenarios. Or just 4 hours. But you know, the 4 hours, there are not only Czechoslovakian animated movies, there are also Russian animated movies, Hungarian animated movies, or Polish and also German animated movies. Oh, that takes them so long. Where are those mechanical components? They are not on the way even, because they're just... For some reason... Supply, lake, local, lake construction. So why... There is... Yeah, that can be said that there are many good animated, not movies, but that was TV shows. These days they are called TV shows, series of animated cartoons, movies, yeah. That was a good job. They made good progress in that during Czechoslovakian Soviet era, Federation, and etc. With all the movie making stuff there. And I would say that it was also supported by the regime, because it was a good way how to shape the thinking of young people. And Disney used to do also quality movies in the past. Less propaganda and more meaningful, deeper in meaning. Showing basics of life to children in entertaining, playful, good looking form. Oh, it seems that I will upgrade my trucks and remove those old ones. So how many there are? 4. No, 3 in this. So then we'll move them into a depot and I will use them for local construction. So that's done. That's a good one. So we will buy some firefighters now. So let's do one, let's do two, the basic stuff there. And now we're getting these done. So let's build a parking lot just to test the range of this one and to test the range of this one. I don't think we can get cars here from the town. It's too far, a little bit too far in my opinion. They just can't drive that far. But those are not too expensive to build, so we can live with that. And now we have some firefighters here. $150. Okay, that's 1500 there. So almost 1600 there. And let's build this finally. Let's build this. That's the point. We want to build this construction office so much. We need it. That will boost our building here. Oh, and what? Who needs? Yeah, they are building those poles, those wires, and those wires use prefab panels because they are not the standard ones. And we are filled with those there. This is doing well. This is empty, no children out there. How that is possible? These can walk up to the cinema too. So I can build these. Construction supply, you can help. Are there any buses we can change the color? That means there are no buses with different color schemes. So we are in July and we are missing mechanical components to this town, to this unrelated vehicles. There's a cupboard heading to this building. That means the mechanical components are on the way. And we can build this too now, because we need to bring in supplies. enough sellers there. And we can build this to supply and this. So they are declining in numbers. That means we are okay-ish. Okay, so no. As much as we don't have our railroads built yet, and this is going well here. Ouch. So we need to build some there. These are being built too. Those are being built. So soon we will have nothing more to build here. That's interesting. Let's go for those. That is being built, that can be built too. And then we can probably build that, we can build that, these two can be built too. And we can build that, we cannot transition to that yet. Because that's the exit towards that direction. Great. So our steel is not too much steel in our storages. We don't have a lot. And we waited because there is a bus coming. There are some electronic components on site already. That's good enough. So we have sufficient numbers. And the power is... Why it is doing that weird thing? If we raise... Oh, it will do it even then. So there is no reason to do anything about that. And here we will use some auto purchase. And that's a lot. Can you imagine that? How expensive that delivery is there? You just pay. So much for delivery. And if we go for And look how much the delivery is there. So you cannot buy that for dollars at all. But we will stay with this auto purchase. So yes, and then we lower the number of workers. We don't need more than 4. We need more workers at our power plants. So now roads are being built. We have August. So next thing we need to build here. We need at least one of these quarries to be up and running. Those are not expensive to build. We need these conveyor engine up and running, that's sure. Then we need these fuel station up and running, gas station. And then we will need, that is already work in progress. That needs to be up and running sooner or later, so you can work on that. Yes, then we should consider how we can go about. Okay, that's not something we can do so easily. Too much decline there. How that is that we have too much decline there, but we can go there and then we cannot go there. So let's see the wireframe, how it goes. Can we somehow, we can connect to that there, and then we can connect to that there, and then we can need to bypass that wire there somehow, so we can go like this and then that. Okay, that's good there. Then we can go, that's not a possibility for now, but we can go that there later. Okay, that's good, so we can build this. We cannot go that there, I don't want to do it, I don't. Do I need that? Probably not, but I can use this there and this there, so that can be placed. And then we can connect that there, that's good. So we have some basic pathways. Then we can have a pathway somewhere there. This is not viable, but also it can be somewhat viable if we get there and somehow connect to there. Okay, check us out. Yes. So what is next? By the way, the next stream can be probably Friday evening. And I was considering to add some more regular schedule for streams. I hope there will be more streams available from other streamers too, who can offer quality content, because we were speaking about or writing about, chatting about this with the developer and other people who are involved in development of this game. And I think the good way how to promote this game and bring it to more people is by streams and YouTube videos. It's such a specific game to play, and this whole tycoon kind of gameplay is such a specific that you cannot target it so easily on the masses. But people who are interested in these kinds of games, they can find their content on YouTube, they can find their content on Twitch. They want to see, they want to learn something new to implement into their own systems. And share some ideas. So currently this is without power supply. No, okay, we are without power supply. We cannot do anything about that. And we will be without power supply there for a while. And we will remove that in the end. But even without power supply, the construction office can work. Doesn't need power supply, as you can see. And this road here is done, so we can build this. And that's interesting that no more construction offices in range towards this. So there is a limited range of for construction offices available. So how many? We don't have sufficient numbers of firefighters there. And we need to bring more of them there ASAP. Okay, because the buses got lost on the way. We need to stabilize this. Kinda need to. So we need some maintenance vehicles. These can travel 90. These can travel 90. Bus, bus, bus. But it's better to bring those micro buses there. They are slow. Just don't like how slow those are. Just 75. So now what? Yeah, of course I'm going for few Marses, of course, and it's $4, just because they have good capacity, good speed. These are not so fast, but these are very good buses. I can now buy 4 of them. Probably I can go with 6 of them. And I will add one more maintenance bus there, like that, and assign it to that maintenance line. Let's go. I just bought more buses. I'm planning to use maybe 4 in the beginning, and then later I can move them to some other lines as we will get some. Okay, there's no bus, no workers. Oh, that's an issue. No workers in this site. Oh, that's bad. Because there is plenty of workers there. So we have certain issues there. And we need to staff up our buildings. But what's the range? That's 4. And you cannot get them into range. That means that corner and iron are out of range for some reason. There's 5,000 work base left. This is being built. I'm going to. Okay, I cannot move these out. Okay, I need them there because they are on the way already. All the resources on site, that means we are. That road is already finished, so let's fast forward to this one and let's go with the priority 2 because we need that road ASAP. And we will support this with priority 2 because we need that road ASAP. That means that this year we are up and running with insufficient number of workers there. For some strange reasons we were unable to bring workers to this site. Even though in bus there are workers, but they were lost on the way. We will deal with that. We will have the basic. Some roads, some infrastructure, some bus stops, so we can go for these buildings here. Bring in supplies and start constructing those coal mines and coal processing plants. Which should it be? I would say this one is the better option. And how much will it cost us? 200 tons of steel. 74 tons of steel. That's a lot, but not too much. But we will first do this, of course. We are going for this. I'm not going to. And this is the problem. But they are fine without time traveling. They're just slowed down by those excavators. enough gravel. We have 4,000, almost working at 4,000 workers. Exceeded the 4,000 mark. And here they are not growing yet. But that's another year where we are stagnating with that. And this is which? Mercur? Wow. I don't yeah, that's a trolley bus. Because of that I don't remember that, but I'm not going to use trolley buses yet. We have not stable enough power for that thing. And it could work in this part if we have... How does a trafo station look like? Trafo station. Trafo station. Yo, I would not include this into this system now. There would be, as I said, I need stable electricity providing infrastructure. That means at least 2 power plants supplying that line. Because if I run out of power, those trolley buses will just stay there without power supply and blocking my roads, and I don't like that idea at all. So how are we doing with these for passengers and circuit? We have 4 vehicles there. Maintenance we have 3, heating plant has 2, 6. This is running 8. Why there are 8? Yeah, but there are 4 in the... Yeah, 4 are in depot. Okay, that can be that way. I need also that power station there, or substation. Without it, I'm not able to run these facilities. So that's. But we are going to autumn of 1979, and we have the 5-year plan to get to go. So until 1980, I think it's a reasonable time we will be able to get there. We have plenty of workers there which can be used. We have no way to get any cars to that town there on their own. Okay, that means people need to use buses. To get there. Okay, so we will need some buses to provide some workers. These are good, fast. Do I want to get more of those, or will I risk to get those? Those are so slow, I don't like those. So I want an open hull, and I want these open hulls. And I want them in which kind of color? That's a good one. No green, but I like these as baby. That has some reason it has changed model. And I can send now this into the depot, and the depot is of course full. And so I will send that vehicle into this depot here, because we have a room there and we can use two of those. Of course, that's good. Okay, and now this is being built. We just need for some steel and some workers to arrive and finish that. This is still framing. We just need some workers and some steel to arrive, and there is the vehicle already on the way. And here we need some vehicles to arrive to bring in. The steel is on the way, but we need more mechanical components to arrive. So here I will need some covered hull. I just go for one of these. That will be helpful. And I will also go for one asphalt paver there. And I don't have any other way to get rollers, just these. And there we only need workers to get. Okay. And we will need more buses, so let's go with two of these. That can be helpful. And the problem here, I would say, is that we don't have our resources. We have So that's not a problem. For some strange reason they are just not in use. Without power supply, of course. How can it just at least it works even without power supply. And that will be also without power supply, but it should work even without power supply. If it is finished one beautiful day. I was just unable to cover all of them with power supply. These began to move too, that's good enough. So this is full. So there is no warehouse available in this area. And we need to bring in mechanical components and electronic components over distance. I can bring some probably some things here easily. Steel is there. Where are the resources? Of course, that's good. There are some resources, but that's not enough. And here we need to get some workers into that site. So here I need to divert some resources then. How am I going to do this? I will have to Okay, that was a mistake, so I can repair that, yeah. Okay, that was just wrong direction of those. We can repair that without too much losses. Okay, that's built, that's been built. So mechanical components are all there. And now I'm going to supply is resetable grain. So I'm going to add these as a source for that, and then we are going to set it as a source for this and electronics, and also I will bring plastics from there, or yeah, we will get plastics from I am going to Lake Corner. No, you will be for loading this. What I need to get some plastic somewhere. So let's see, how much do plastics cost? Okay, that's huge. So plastics will be outsourced there too. So clothes, electronics, plastics. Let's do this. So then we will have electronics clothes there for now. It will cost us a lot, but we will supply ourselves to this, and that means that in this one we can totally remove electronic components then. As soon as we get our electronic components running. So we have this one. No workers or mechanisms, but I'm going to buy this there. That means that now we have this, and we need that gas station up and running. We need this open storage up and running. Then we can focus on getting these buildings here, as we will have that open storage supplied, of course. These are not very well staffed now these days. So we will see how these vehicles will be able to do that. Now I will use this loading with corner, custom and unloading. You don't unload there anything for now. And then we need to lay grain storage. We need those covered hulls to deal with that, and then we need to fill that. Yes. So that's some. And these have plenty of work elsewhere now. But we will deal with that too later. So 4,000, and also the silos are going filled, are slowly being filled. We have heat for our firefighters, that's sure. That's the good one. We have not everything on site, but there can be more on the way. And this is, we need mechanical components, of course. And there are some vehicles on the way. And this is well staffed, so that means this can be finished soon. And then we need to include that into supply routes. And our people are growing, so 100 and almost 1600, so that's growth there. One person living there already, and here we are a bit stuck with our professors. Some students are living there, that's good. A 40. We cannot afford to bring much more there. This is well staffed. And there is someone living too. Okay. And there is one owner of the car, because that new flat, that new building has some range to get there. So we can use that, so he can walk there at least. We will use that. And let's see, how can we connect our pathways? There is no way to connect that. Very well. We can use this somehow. And probably this is the better way to do that. way. Need to do this that way. For now, there are some jobs now available again. What we can do 4,000, but we still have enough. But there are so many children applying, waiting for professors. Okay, that's a lot. We will solve that. We will sort that out later. Don't need to worry about that now. We will. Oh, that's great. We have that there. So that one and that one. They will be transferred somewhere pretty soon. And that's built. That's great. 2. I need to transfer these vehicles somewhere into some depots because I don't need them currently. And I will replace them ASAP. With much better vehicles. These ones. Okay. So that means that I can load these into these two. And these two are going to move. Oh, you can change the color even after you bought that? That's interesting. I was not thinking that it's possible. That's a good one. Okay, that's a good one. Okay, this one is something to... Okay, you go there. You go there. Let's see if we can buy some better tower cranes there. Yes, there is the 75-meter one. So let's buy 2 of those. And then we go for these roads. No, that's not the way. Something to build later on. the tunnel. 4,800 left. Harvest is almost done. These buildings are going well, only one person living there, but that's enough. If we manage to expand and build these buildings here which are not so much polluted, then we should be able to achieve more growth in this town. Just to allow people move out of that area which is more polluted. Okay, we can move this and there too. There's another one arrived. And that means we can go for more open house. Like 2 of them. Then we will need better cranes too. Step by step. We need to set the distribution chain and fill that fuel station. Oh, let's place that there too into the supply chain. That could work. Then this is already online. That's great fun. This is online. That was what I needed the most. So let's begin supply that. And it will be supplied similarly to that open storage there. No, that's not unload. User open, iron open. User open storage up to 60%. So unload there up to 60%. And that will be steel, prefabs, is and boards. Yes. So that will take a while to supply that, but at least we have something, and we have the bus stop there too, so we can begin to provide workers for that. Now, first one, second one, third one. Are going only workers only. There can only one get on and get out. No reason not to do so, and we will add up one more stop. Okay, so I don't need passengers and these there, and I don't need passengers and these there. Okay, so you don't need, will not load there any. And you, we should be able to run this. And we need to rename that lake. Rename that Force for Yola. Yes, that's what we want to call this. And that's one bus on the way, and we will add more later. Ouch. So we need to build this one now. And we need to disconnect this and reconnect it that way. Yes. So currently we have the main roads. We just need to add more roads here. Like that. This will begin to get supplies soon. So, okay, there are few which can be moved and replaced. There are not many. We are stagnant with our. And here we are stagnant too. But we have some good options how to get people into these buildings very well, quite well. Because we have these halls of residence and those living in those move randomly around the map. That means that they can move into these buildings soon. So let's build this supply and supply. Yes. Okay, so that is already supplied. Well, we can continue. This has enough workers too, and not all workers are needed here. Until there are no constructions running, we are wasting some workforce in this town. Okay, so this is the next to be played. Messina don't need to be there. This is the next to be built. And then this is the next to be built. And we are at the end of September and we burn some money finally, but we will burn much more if we begin to buy vehicles for that construction office there. And fuel is already bought in there, great. And some resources already in there, great. We have boards, we have prefab panels. And we have workers moving into that, and our current unemployment just went lower, just a bit. We can send another bus to workforce for Eula. Yes, that's another one. So we have already two. 3, 4 in those lines. And here we have all these set. Everything is there. Great. It's a road building. Now we are building these roads and we can build this too. And there is another road. What direction are those lampposts? Not that's not good. That's how I want it. So there are boards, there are some prefabs. We don't need so much the prefabs, but we need a lot of bricks there. So import, where is the import? Yeah, you can load bricks there to whatever extent you want to load bricks and bring it elsewhere if you have at least 30% there, not more. So we will use that as a buffer. These are building those conveyor belts. Fuel is brought in, so it will be soon filled with fuel. We don't need to worry. Bricks will be here soon. Satava open. Yeah, those bricks should be from elsewhere. Corner. Yes, that's the problem why it does not work. So bricks are coming from there and that's not properly set. And steel is coming from there. And that messed things up. The mechanical components are coming from there. Yes, that's why it was messed up. Gravel. Okay, that's the reason why those vehicles are not working. Not doing anything. Yeah, of course I can. Dark. I forgot that there is evening already. Now I need to wait until they build a bus stop and then we will be able to bring more workers there. So they will be able to work, but I don't know. They should not be able to reach to those. So we have October. Well, let's check how our railroad building goes. That works. Here they're built nothing extraordinary. They built something here in this part. So soon they should begin to focus elsewhere as they finish these rails. So this town is growing significantly. There is 1600 already. And this town just maintains itself. And this is also in its equilibrium, 900 workers, which is good. We don't need more of that. Too much. Because this way I don't need to bother if there are too much. 21 plus living with their parents. Just we are not able to bring too many workers into those chemical plants these days. This year we are running 3 million of exports. We spent several millions of money, of rubles. So that was a reasonable expense for those vehicles we bought to boost our construction activities in coming months. Upcoming months can be interesting as we begin to build these more. And finally some bricks are coming. Yes, of course there are bricks inbound. That means that we are going to change our material source then. As we fill up this. It seems that everything is good here. Yeah, I ran out of steel. That's the reason why there is no railroad building these days. Because we are using most of our steel to build those facilities, and a lot of steel was spent upon those conveyor belts in this town. And that will cost a lot still, because there is no way how to do it in a cheaper way. That's a lot of steel. How can we Get more steel, more steel, more steel, more steel. Oh, someone is stuck there. Where do you want to go? To which road? Oh, of course, that road is unavailable, so let's leave that for now. Oh. Well, that's surprising. That's surprising too. Aha. We run out of... Okay. That's surprising. So let's go higher and let's try bring more people to work there. So how can we do this? How can we do this? We can use those buses from there. Bring more workers into these areas. Okay, I need to divert some workforce. No other way. I just need to divert some of my workforce into these areas here. No matter what. So we are going to load only workers, no students there, or can we? We can some students, but only those kind of students. Or can we also can those? Iron bus platform, small. Oh, that is nothing. Nothing there, nothing there, nothing there. Iron stop. So iron bus stop. You can load whatever you want. Okay. We have this. Okay, that means that we can add up more workforce for Messina. Let's go, guys. I need you more. And let's put this also to workforce there. Go, because we need more workers on that line. And go, and you should spread out slowly. So we need more workers into our iron mine, as we are a little bit lacking workforce there. We are short on iron. So we need to do something about that. We have plenty of coal, of course, now. That's the good part. We are not wasting coal at all, but we can do more with using these workers from this town. Okay, so let's raise the production here somehow. Probably the problem is we cannot bring more workers from there. Lots of workers go into that railroad construction, which is not so bad, but we don't have sufficient number of workers in this town. So we need to get the workers from this town into those facilities somehow, and then it will be better. Okay, and from there you can walk pretty much anywhere. So now lines for passengers, and we need Lake Corner line. There are 4 buses running already. But that should be enough to bring workers into that town, back and forth. We just running low on workers. That's well supplied, that's good. I don't think we can bring workers to this town anyhow. Don't have enough. But that should now help. Yes, there are more workers coming into that mine. There is such a huge traffic in this town, but one stop is so crowded. There are buses coming all the time. A lot of passengers too, and you can take those passengers off. So now that is well staffed and the iron started to rise, that means we are going better now. And we still not too much steel there, not too much, just a little bit of steel there. And the end of October is coming soon. We have almost everything. We will need some boards and we will need some steel to finish that. There's no steel yet. Concrete, some asphalt, and we will have the groundworks at least. That steel will be the painful part of this. Hi. Just the steel is the main problem now. So I need to build these two. Yeah, that's one town here. That is the future of our steel production. And then this facility here, which will provide us some meat and then electronic components that we will not need to import them anymore. So those are some very useful facilities for future construction. We need to work a lot to finish that. And we don't have, but now we can boost our steel production a bit. If we can get enough iron out of that mine, we can boost production of steel a bit. And I'll say, because we have accumulated some coal from our imports already. We just need to get more workers into those facilities and it will be fine. And our main focus is now to build all this stuff and then we will focus on something else. No, don't need to hurry. We cannot focus on this because we don't have the steel. And steel is the power for us now. But I think we are doing quite good this year, but there was some spending. Not so much. We spent about... But how can we be so much? What did I bought which was so expensive? Fuel, that was a lot of fuel. Electronics, because we were making some... Okay, that electronics was quite expensive. But that was because I was stocking up, filling my warehouse here. And that was a spike. We could utilize more food, of course. Enough alcohol, but we need more food. So I would say we will raise the production of food now, and I should probably lower food exports at some time. And our unemployment is still in check. No. You are not able to do that this way. So we are not going to use that. It's too long a distance, so no, no. And no, and no. There's nothing, 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 nothing. Probably I can add that stop because it's on the way. So low download is possible. But I don't want those to load at all. Any passengers, because they don't make it to that town. It's too long. It's better for them to use those two routes. But workers can be useful anywhere. So almost 1700 workers there. And there are no significant growth. Okay, so there are few owners. Oh, and we can finally set this. So this is the primary of that. This is the primary here. We have this, we have this, and we have this. And now let's deal with these. Now, so we need some concrete mixers. Which one are available? That's 12 tons, that's 11 tons, much faster. Okay, we will need that. Then we will need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. These 6 concrete mixers. And the round crane is not so much important. Covered hull not. We will move that. So out of these I will move those 2 open hulls. Okay, this side project, 4,000 days left remaining to finish this phase. So we are just people inappropriately. We are enough with 15 there. And they are slowly moving in there. a lot of... Okay, we can raise the 50 just in case. That's 66% of capacity there. And that's filled, yes. Means our iron ore is running. Our iron is not so much because we are missing workers there. Probably we can make to raise that to be able to process more ore faster. As there will be workers, they will process more. As there will be not, then we can create some buffer that way. That's a need for more workers. And then that means that all the vehicles in this are impossible to change their color scheme. Okay. It's difficult to change their color scheme if I don't see them. Yeah, that's reasonable. We can let those be reds, and then if I build another distribution office, I can change that. And so currently we have almost 4,000 tons of crops, but it's going down quite fast, so we need more. And this is probably the point when we can try and test out that one modded extra large field, how it will work. Because that can be interesting then. I need to maintain that there. How it is check there? Ah, okay. Okay, I understand now. Okay, but where is that spot now again? Where is that spot? I need to lower this here. Now can I feed it now? Okay, that's not. We are closing. Okay, so I need to go that far probably. Okay, so I need to go a bit further. Just a bit. So because of that I need to lower a bit here. Lowering needed. And now where can I go? I still need lowering of terrain there. Probably this will not work very well, but I want to test it at least 1 year. How long will it take to get through all the stuff? How long will it take to sow that? How long will it take to harvest that? Okay, we moved a bit, slightly. And now we need to move as far as. Okay, I need to flatten that just a bit, but I just don't have enough. Okay. But if we are not able to build two of those, then I just can go and place it there, but probably then it will be better to do the road first here and build that one single test field. It's nothing more. Just a test field. Oh. Okay, that's a test field. Cannot put these big ones so easily there, but we can put few of them there if I want to. Ouch. That is not possible, but these are. Some hills. Ouch. Okay, let's try to. Ouch. So. Okay. Okay, that's the test field. Litopia. No, no. That means that this is all went better than expected. Great. So that's our great test field. Oh, and we can adjust now the bus. So that was going for Messina, so next stop is to be there, and back from there the next stop is going to be there too. Yes, we are going to, no matter what. Yes. So that line is rearranged now, and now we can begin to work on these first and those second. So how, in which order? In no order, because we don't have infrastructure ready there yet. Infrastructure is not ready there. What's wrong with you? It's too long, you say? Okay, that's just too long. Okay, we can deal with that. We will deal with that later, and now we will find a way how to get around that somehow, and we can go as close as this, because that's that. Allowing us this? Yes, that allows us that. And here we can deal with it that way, not that way, that way. Let's do some adjustments. So let's go that. Let's go that. And we are close, but not close enough. Okay, that there. And let's try. Now it is done. But we have again that piece. Okay, there. And now we need to deal with that piece there. Like that. And that seems to be good enough for a mud road. And of course there's the snow, so everything is going to be slowed down now. But at least we have enough coal to work with it, to get more coal, well, to get more steel. And we are not able to gain here too much. We are growing because our pollution went down, because we are not able to get enough workers there. So I'm going to take something for eat until things move ahead a bit. Really? Everything done well, and that piece just messed up. Oh, 400, 300, 4,300. Interesting. And no steel. Okay, so hmm. So we are somehow maintaining our buildings here. Now, how it is possible that now we have these chemical plants filled and those that iron mine and steel mill are empty? Oh, and that is built too, so... so where we has this force, and then... Okay, so now we can continue this. Okay, could finish some of these building before the end of year, but it's not highly probable. So no railroad building now. My crops are dropping. Okay, that was 300 probably. So this year we are about 1000 plus. Workers jumped significantly. Babies not. Children jump. This is 0. Okay, steel, steel, and steel. Only thing we need is steel. And we have the gravel. Yes, that's something at least. And then we can store up some gravel. Need to wait. Yay, that will be finished, then we can redirect some trucks. At least one for now. Of course we cannot finish that because we still need some mechanical components and our steel. Hmm. Okay, so this year is 4.4 million. We spent 750,000 on vehicles there. Fuel was a lot of fuel was imported. That's a huge. Electronics was one-time purchase. Probably. Clothes and electronics can cut our expenses a lot, and fuel. And spend several hours just building roads. So that means that this facility, as it requires a lot of steel, a significant amount of steel. Because if you calculate this plus this is 150 plus another 300 tons of steel needed to build this facility, that means we can postpone that to 1981, and this month our focus will go fully on getting coal because we need more steel, and the steel can be used to complete other constructions then. Okay, so now we say this, and now settings. Let's raise that. Okay, just change that. And I think as there was not that option in the past when I played this game to change frequency of fires, I can now go with frequent and see how it will go with fires that way. Because I would go into it from the beginning if I would know I can change that setting anywhere, anytime. Because it does not bother me to have frequent fires. I just don't like if there are notifications too much in later game. When there is not that many buildings as I have now, but 3, 4, 5 times as much. And that can cause some issues. Know that something burns down. Usually something burns down only when something goes seriously wrong. That means there is some blockage which firefighters cannot get over, or there are not enough firefighters in the fire station. Of course, in this case, without proper technical services, we can have issues if there are firefighters too far from the building and the roads are not clear. And how that just happened there. It found its way there but still stayed stuck. And in this case, without doubt, I think we will build both mines, because I think we can process that amount of coal without issues. And though this will not be the most efficient place to have coal mines, but to have some coal is better than to not have any. Okay, so that is done there too. We are building another piece of road. We are not hurrying into that building there. This will require some steel, not so much. This is even less steel. It's not too much steel, that's not too much steel. That's not too much steel. This building requires quite a lot of steel, but not too much. But if we add all things up, that's enough. A reasonable amount. Our numbers declined again a bit. So now so I have still 6 places free. And unrolled crane, a support. Those are 8 plus 6, then we get 1. Covered hull, and we have 4 more available. Oh, that's full. These are empty. That's good there. But I would say that everything else, every other building is full in this town. some space for kids. There is some space for kids. No one's go shopping there. There is a lot of room for more teachers. Okay. Okay, they are able to fall there. So our current struggle is still about all other things. And finally we have iron too. Iron ore is not something we have in abundance. Mechanical components are enough. Now we still have almost 20 tons. That means we have for several more expensive buildings. We spent a lot of bricks there. We do there. Don't need that much boards. Graphite panels can be, and steel can be okay. That's enough. We don't need more of those. Flatbed. So these buildings are secondary, these are tertiary. I just want to find out a way how I would able to test out that field. Anyway, I can do this. As I have one more tractor in spare. So I can send it there. And I can see then how long will it take to that tractor to finish that field. Just some steel missing. Some steel is still 20 tons of steel. So we pushed our unemployment lower. That means that if I provide transportation and jobs, we have the ability to lower our unemployment below 5%. Well, we have a lot of students waiting. There's 50, and if I get it to 80% of capacity, let's see how it will do. Because 66 is not enough. So we have 23 tons of steel on the way. Well, as we begin to move our coal, which will require certain certain work, because we need to establish some steady flows. So we had planned one distribution office somewhere nearby. Did we? Don't see it. Yes, I don't see that. So I should think about it. Just a small one would be enough. And that road is finished too. So that's the distribution office. That will work only with dumpers and will provide coal somewhere. Or we can use something else. How can we utilize that better? I need to provide much more coal than one dumper there, so... But one can go permanently travel, and the others can help it a bit. Two places to unload. Well, I think I can find some scenarios how to use the distribution office to distribute coal to certain places. But mainly I will use that to distribute coal into those storages. To those heating plants. So our exports, that was not too much iron exported. Prefab panels, good. Alcohol, good. Chemicals, more than 1 million. Iron. That if that should be significant, I would have to export like 8 times that amount, 8 or 12 times. This is just surplus. Some crops were imported. No, some crops were exported. How did that happen? How did that happen? Aha. Here that happened. Yeah, that's okay. So how did I manage? Only there should be some kind of accident. How did I manage to export some crops? Now let's test. Let's add some more tasks. So we have one here. We have one here. And then we have one here. I want them to be at least 60, 70, 80, 80. And then we need this to be at least 60. Okay. Those are all pups. And then that. Aha. But we need this and this. That's a lot of tasks for those. Okay, that's another road done. Now that will be another, and then these 2, 3, and then we will have this area covered with infrastructure. Where are those going? Don't build these. Don't build these. Don't build that. Don't build that yet. Sorry. Okay, we have the concrete balance. So February, we have time, few months to finish this. Can store 40 tons of cement. And how much cement do we use in Ooh, that's a lot of cement used. 1140 tons. The cost of that, it's not so high. Wait a minute. How much can we manage in this? What kind of cement tank? That can be 9 points. 5.504. Oh, wow, another. They don't do the job really well, they just clear up all the trees all around. Oh, my robots. I just did not look at that for a while and now it's clear. So let's see some trees here too. Because there is also a wood cutting post which consumes a lot of wood. And you're almost everywhere just waiting on steel. Oh, it just skyrocketed. That's high 100 in less than a year. Well, okay, we need to expand this a bit more. We really don't need that many workers there at all. So of course we don't need that many. They all sudden all jump into that building. That's construction. Of course we will need one more here. We have 6 here and it works pretty well with them. Well, and that's the showcase of that we can have more workers than we currently need because I'm unable to give them jobs to employ them fully for a moment. But as soon as I begin to build these mines and the coal processing, then and plus that railroad construction office, that will mean that I will need much more workers than I currently have, especially with these facilities here in mind. out of which this one can consume more than 300, and this another 2, that means 500, and currently we have about 500 unemployed. And this year it would be nice to find some support for growth in all towns too, especially in corner, but this is awful there. Yeah, lifespan went down to about 20-30%. They cannot do too much about that. It is good enough because the numbers are not declining, they are steadily holding. And even though the average lifespan is lower, they are still able to hold. Okay, the asphalt plant is ready to use it too. So we can add another task to this distribution office. And it should be 80%, yes, this. the problem. Still low on steel. Not enough chemicals. Few crops. Prefabs, boards, food. So we have 2 more slots. Okay, that should be all we need in this supplying. And construction office, that is more. Okay, that will be the local priority for Owner priority construction, lake priority construction. Okay. Okay, that's the priority construction for this town. Oh, and that's done. So part, and they are unable to walk there, so we need to find a way how to shorten the distance somehow. Not there. Okay. We just don't want to get there. Okay, next try. And can we now walk? No, but we will solve that soon. As it is mainly the issue with the kind of footpath we are using. Okay. Maybe need to change that a bit. That's not the best. where is it? Okay, that seems that we are almost finished this day. Um, uh-huh. There will be an issue then. Uh, yes, so now we can walk that there. That means we can change again that maintenance line and remove this. Yes, because now they are able to walk up to that gravel processing without issues. good is that? 85%, that's good. Okay, we have almost all those. so here we can stop these because those does not help me now. Do not help. These conveyors more or less useless. They just expand my resources, but I have all others already done, so we can now and of course I made a mistake and built it. Oh no. They just cannot give me that no because oh. Oh great, and they can walk even from the platform. It's excellent. It's not great looking, but it's working. mid of April. It's already at 35%. All others are already growing, but and that was left as last. Let's say we finish that. Yeah, that seems that it can finish it towards the end of April. That means we need 3 months. That's May, June, July. In August it's ready to be harvested. So if we start this as first, that's workable. It will take a while to harvest that. So we begin in August, so that means August. She wants to harvest the field. I will not doubt it can finish it. The tractor can finish that field towards the end of April. I don't know in which exact date it started, that's the point. Because I forgot about that. And then we have 4 months, that's June, July, August. May, June, July, August. That means in September the field is ready to be harvested. And if we would not wait, we will be able to start that between the first, so that means in August it is possible to begin the harvest on that field. And then it will take about 2 months to harvest that. That's something what you call experiment with the field. So we are currently at 50%. We have 10 more days. I don't remember when I started to watch this, but we were at least about 30%, that was 20%, 5 days. It was 20%. Yeah, it should be okay. Okay, so now we began to gather some steel. We have these resources on site. We have some machinery on site. We can get more of them on site now. We just need one of those to come back. So you go to that construction site now. Or construction office, not construction site. Okay, these are being built. And then we have this area here where all the roads are ready to be used. Only thing we need is to connect this, and then everything else should be fine. Yes, it should. No, okay, so save as B9. Save. Okay, and that's it for today's stream. Next stream is coming on Friday evening, and it can be maybe longer than this, and I will consider what will the next title be, but finally we are going to enter into mining, and I don't know if we can do it before the end of year. But we are going into it, so we will need at least 130, 350 tons of steel. At least. And then we will see how it will work out. Everything is ready. So thank you very much for watching, and have a nice rest of evening, good night, or whatever else you have in your locality. Stream ended.